And there's the opening tip of the Manhattan Indians versus the Washburn Rural Junior Blues here from the North Gym at Manhattan High School. We are just 15 seconds into this league matchup as the Indians are the home team. Shot from deep, air balls into the arms of Cat Ball, who takes it to the other end. Drives in, tries to find Yelena. It's knocked out by Rural. Larson to set the play into motion, gets it to Ball. Ball passes to Yelena. Yelena dribbles in, out to Hall. Larson has it at the logo. Slow tempo to start off, and a shot from Ball is missed, rebounded by Washburn Rural. So they have possession with just 1 minute, the 1 minute that's passed so far in this game as we're just underway from the North Gym. This shot from deep is a miss. Rural rebounds, and their second opportunity goes just the same as the first. Larson hits Ball, and Ball is fouled in pursuit of the basket. She'll go to the stripe with an opportunity for two.
Foul number two. Ball shoots two.
Cat Ball, who's coming off a career-high 21-point game on Saturday against Mays. Ball lines up for the second shot. This one missed. Depozois rebound. Larson from deep, no good. It'll be out of bounds on the Indians. Washburn Rural ball. So the score is 1-0 as Ball makes her first free throw. And there is 6:15 left in the first quarter. Not even 2 minutes into this one. This one is out of bounds at the baseline, Indians ball.
Ball will take it down the court and pass to Larson. Larson looks to feed it, gives it to Joran Hall. She'll kick it out back to Larson. Larson with the three, and that is good.
Washburn Rural ball. Bailey Bush comes away with it. Now it's Larson passing to, no, not passing, gonna drive it. Yelena rebound, and that's a missed opportunity on the second chance, but Yelena goes to the line. Depozois misses the first. The second's a miss as well. Score still 4-0 Indians. Washburn Rural is swarmed, and the ball will be a jump ball in favor of the Indians. That defensive press has been really successful for Manhattan this year. Larson passes it to a blue jersey of Washburn Rural. The Junior Blues looking for their first points of the game. against this strong Manhattan D.
Washburn hasn't been able to get a lot of penetration inside the arc. They've mostly been passing it around at the top of the key.
5 on the shot clock. Drive in, and she is going to be fouled. Bryn Anderson lines up and misses her first shot. This free throw could get the Junior Blues their first point of the game. And she connects. Washburn is now trailing by 3 as the Indians are up 4-1. Bush kicks it out to Ball. From long, nope. And it'll be a foul. Manhattan initiated the foul on the Junior Blues, so they get possession. Four minutes left in the quarter. Good defense by the Indians. And the MHS takes it the other way. Larson over to Bush. Bush has it roll out, and it'll go now to the Washburn Rural end.
Evie Banks subs in for the Indians as Dep Broussard is subbed out.
Indians are very, very keen on the press. The Indians also outsized their opponent in this one. Banks, in and out. Hall rebound, layup is good. With 3:15 left, the Indians are leading 6-1 in the first quarter. It will be a timeout on the floor. These two teams talk it over. It's 6-1, Jonah. What have you seen from the MHS defense?
This entire game is a very defensive game so far. And what the Indians have is they've had a great full court press, and they haven't allowed Washburn to get into the paint, and they're forcing them to take low percentage shots that aren't falling in. And the only points that Washburn has been able to get have been at the line so far.
You know, going into this one, Jonah, the Indians have been on a great run. They've won 3 straight games. They beat Mays Saturday, Emporia Friday, and on Tuesday, they beat Great Bend. And so really, they've won 9 of their last 10 games. They're 5-0 in this building right here, and 4-0 so far in league matchups. So we'll see if MHS keeps it up on this strong 14-3 season so far. It's a layup for Washburn Rural, the first uncontested drive toward the basket so far that the Junior Blues have been able to produce. This one will be out on Washburn Rural. Larson sets the play into motion. Bush decides to drive in and kick it out. Larson from deep, and it hits.
Larson for the 3.
And the wide open shot bounces off the top of the rim. It'll be out of bounds on Washburn Rural. It goes to the Indians' side. Ball in motion of the basket. It'll be a rebound by Ansley Beckett, who scores. Lead is 11-3 in favor of MHS.
Foul, 15, ball.
It'll go the Indians' way. Bush. Out to Banks. Banks from the corner. No, that's the elbow, sorry, but she missed it. This one's on the ground, rolls to Washburn Rural. Shot off rim. Ball gets the rebound on the defensive end. Into Banks, who banks it in. Decides not to shoot. Gonna take it to the top of the key now and back to the wing. Less than a minute left in the quarter. Five on the shot clock. The shot swishes through.
And that'll be a long two for the Junior Blues.
From the top of the key, ball has it clank off the rim. 18 seconds in the quarter. It'll be out on the Indians. Manhattan gonna defend their backcourt here with Washburn Rural inbound.
Abby Walker. And number 23, Josie Caldwell.
15 seconds left in the first quarter. Washburn will want to whittle that away to not give the Indians a chance to score. 10 seconds now. Rutherford driving in, it's up in the air, and it'll be the end of the quarter and no score by Washburn Rural. 13-5 is the lead in favor of the home team, MHS.
13, Washburn Rural, 5.
So not a single player on this MHS team has ever been on the team and beat Washburn Rural. I mean, it's pretty crazy, but Washburn Rural with a very long run of success, sweeping the Indians year after year. That is what MHS hopes to change tonight. But really, the senior leadership has made a huge difference in the 14-win Indians, and that just, starts with Cat Ball, Delaney Larson, Jordan Hall, and though she doesn't get a ton of playing time, Tess Henry in there as well, and then that trickles down to the juniors, who arguably are the best class on the team, with Debrussoir, Bush, Ingram, Beckett, and then a few emerging sophomores, headlined by Evie Banks, are in there too. Banks, speaking of Banks, she lays it in.
Thanks.
"30 seconds into this second quarter, and it'll be a jump ball, and it'll go it'll be Washburn Rural inbounding it. Tough defensive play, and you can tell that the Manhattan bench was happy with that stand. But Washburn still with the ball. And that will be an offensive foul, a charge on Washburn Rural against Beckett, or on Beckett. .7:24 in the second quarter, which just started. Larson over to Beckett. She shoots and scores. A minute into the second quarter, score 17-5, Indians lead. Shot from deep, no good. Banks over to ball, lay in, good. (19-5) is the Indians' dominant lead by 14 points so far. And the tray attempt is rebounded after a miss there, and it'll be now a chance from the stripe for Washburn Rural.
And for Washburn, number 1, Cameron Smith. Man for Bush.
Bailey Bush subs in for Delaney Larson as we await this second of 2 free throws. This one is no good. Ball surveys. Over to Beckett. Banks inside, and that's been a shot that's worked really well today. Yes. That three-pointer is good, and that's what the Washburn Rural Junior Blues are going to need to start hitting to catch up to the Indians, as the score is 21-9, 5:40 left in the half. From deep, Evie Banks has that one pop off the rim. 5:30 in the half. From distance, and that one is just high. This is a foul on Washburn Rural. Bailey Bush inbound the ball, and Hall gets it. Evie Banks unguarded again.
For the three.
Can't keep leaving her wide open like that. And the Indians have all the energy. Into ball. Over to Banks. Off Banks' foot, out of bounds. Still the Indians' ball, actually. Beckett into Bush. It'll be a foul on the play by Jordan Hall of the Indians. It'll go the Washburn Rural way now. .440 left in the half. 24-9 is the Indians' lead. And Bush will reach in for the foul. The aggressiveness has worked pretty well for the Indians, but that one seemed kind of unnecessary as it was beyond the arc. What a contested one, and the Indians with a big steal. And Banks gains possession. Hall steps out of bounds with the ball. Washburn Rural's ball now. 24-9 with 4:06 in the half. Washburn not in double figures yet, with under 4 minutes in the half. This is a foul by the Indians. So Cat Ball subs in for Jordan Hall, and Washburn has the ball. Rutherford rolls out. Washburn still has it, though. Part of the strength from the Indians is their ability to stick together and really the connection they have as a team. They've built chemistry. Many returners that have played with each other for a really long time. But when comparing either side of the ball, offense or defense, it's been the defense for the Indians that's shined through time and time again, as it's too high for Bush. Washburn Rural ball. The score is still stuck at 24-9. Indians lead. And the second chance shot will be good. .310 in the half. Ball snakes through. You can't leave her that untouched. Under 3 minutes. The easy layup is a gimme for Washburn Rural. The score is 26-13 as the Indians double the Junior Blues score so far with just under 3 minutes in the half. That is blocked by Bush. Indians ball. Larson, a gimme. Unguarded swoosh from Washburn Rural. That there was Hallie Walker. Under 2 minutes in the first half. Larson will kind of do a hook shot there, but it's no good. Brooklyn Rutherford, the 5'3" junior, is at the line.
Chip in for Washburn, number 3, Ella Hershey. And number 14, Allie Pete.
Ella Hershey and Allie Hink come in the game for Washburn. She missed the first and now makes the second. Indians up by 12 now, 28-16. Banks, string music. 1:30 left in the first half. What have you noticed from Washburn Rural's shooting attack?
They've had a lot more points in transition, and that's allowed them to get some open shots, and they've been able to make the lay-ins, and that's what's gotten them back into this game a little bit more.
And ball is fouled. Or sorry, that is the foul I think was on ball. But Josie Carlgren from the line makes the first. So Carlgren able to make both shots and cut the deficit, though the Indians still up 31-19, now under a minute left in the first half, as Stella Salmons is in the game. Larson trying to make a pursuit in the corner, but ends up dumping out the bush. Now Banks gets it out. Bush with the aggressiveness to get possession for the Indians. And now Beckett gets it through. "16 seconds in the first half. Indians could use a defensive stand. They already have a good cushion going into half. 3 seconds in the half. Last second shot is no good. The Indians with a promising half and a 33-19 lead. Why are the Indians up by so much, Jonah?
They've gotten a lot of steals. They've gotten in the passing lanes and deflected them, not allowing Washburn to take those shots and keeping the offense with the ball more.
I agree, and we're going to be in for a big half of basketball coming up. And there's quite a bit on the line here. None of these seniors on this team have ever been on the Manhattan team and have beaten Washburn Rural, so they really hope to change that. You know, that's something that these players, especially the seniors, do think about, you know, quite often, and a goal to beat their rivals. We'll see you in the second half as the Indians lead 33-19 here on the MHS Student Media YouTube channel alongside Jonah Wanklin. I'm Lane Lewison. The scoreboard tells us that there is less than a minute left to go before this second half starts as the Indians lead 33-19. Jonah, what were your takeaways from that first half?
Takeaways for the first half is the defense, the great defense that Manhattan High has had all season and that they've continued to have in this game, forcing Washburn to take bad shots, keeping them outside of the arc, and getting takeaways.
The band plays, the cheerleaders dance, and the Indians, as well as the Blues, take the court once again to start out this second half. I mean, what a first half that Evie Banks had.
She had 14 points in the first half for a sophomore. She's really come to the spotlight this season, and this game is looking to be one of her best.
There is a quick stoppage, and Coach Mull seems to be chatting with the the referee there. Ball inbounds it. Bush is inside the arc. She turns around, shoots. The ball is knocked out, and it'll be still the Indians' ball. So now Larson sends it in. Joran Hall gets it over to Larson. Ball out to the corner. Bush has it. As Washburn continues to guard the low post really well, causing the Indians to need to shoot further range shots. And as the shot clock runs out, Washburn Rural stopped the Indians for just long enough. This is out of bounds. Last touch by Yelena Depuzois. Junior Blues with possession. No basket there. Washburn Rural still with the ball here. We're just 1 minute into the second half. And the drive-in will be a missed opportunity for the Blues. Hall drives in. She's attacked by a double team. And Depuzois now has her first points of the ball game. 35-19, Indians up. 6:20 in the third quarter here. So that looks like it'll be the first points of the half for the Blues, as they have 21 to the Indians' 35. Out on the Indians. This one goes to the Blues side of the court. The Indian student section is under the theme of blackout tonight, so that's why you'll see them in black shirts and clothes. That's a made shot from the Blues. Ball launches. That one skitters off. Shot from the corner. No good. Second chance is taken. Ball snakes through the lane and scores with a 1-and-1 opportunity. Rebound, Depuzois. Ball from 3, no good. Larson's rebound will get the Indians 2 from a layup. The Indians capitalizing off of some second chance points. Now they'd like to have made that free throw from Ball after the foul that she made the shot off of, but eventually do get it. What do you think Coach Mall is saying to the huddle?
I think what we're talking about is to continue the defense. I think that Washburn has stepped it up a little bit coming out of the half, and you see they've been making some threes all around the arc, and the help isn't coming fast enough, and Washburn is being able to get some points. So they just want to prevent that from happening and extend their lead as much as possible.
And what was likely said in the Washburn Rural huddle?
I think that Washburn needs to focus on transition. I think that they've been really good in transition at some points in this game, and that's when they've been able to get the easiest points.
Rural possession. We're finally seeing some movement by Washburn Rural, who has had a couple possessions earlier where they didn't dribble. 5 on the shot clock. With 2 on the shot clock, the shot nearly wedges on the edges of the rim. Hall will miss the layup. Ball gets it back for her, and Larson from deep. That swooshes through. Larson might be the most complete player on this team. She is committed to a D2 Hillsdale College in Michigan. This one is too short to be a shot and too far to be a pass from Bush. Banks from the lane scores. Aggressive defense by Banks there. The Indians playing some zone coverage, and it shows. And now that earns the Indians possession. It'll be a foul against Rural, with Larson getting to rebound here. 3:01 here in the clock for the third quarter. Larson from way downtown misses. Depuzois with the rebound. Bush over to Larson. It'll be a foul on Sorry,
That'll
not
be
a
a
foul.
travel.
What happened there? Yeah, travel.
Second for man, number 3,
Ansley Beckett subs in for Delaney Larson. And with 2:48, the Indians have a 44-26 lead in the third quarter. And a travel on the other end now. Communication has been something that's kind of improved within this Indians team over the last few games as Banks
with the tray.
I mean, Banks is having herself a night. 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Indians up 47-26, trying to get a defensive stand. And Washburn Rural will score a mid-range shot there. Ball into Beckett. Depuzois overhead to Bush. Depuzois gets it in there. And that's a connection the Indians have been searching for in this game, and it happens right there. Depuzois can be pretty lethal when she can get going in the paint. The low post has been the home to a lot of points this season for the Indians. And it'll be a home to even more points as Banks scores. How many points does Evie have on the night?
Evie now has 19 points in this game. So this is for sure a career night for her.
She leads the Indians, obviously, in points for this game. Delaney Larson is having herself a pretty good scoring game as well.
She's got 13. So for Larson, that's almost guaranteed at this point. But still, a large chunk of the Indians' points tonight.
And on the defensive end, you know, Bush has provided some aggressiveness as usual. Got some steals along with the Indians' new program steals leader, Cat Ball, who always has that tough mentality. Under a minute in the third quarter, 50 seconds to be exact. And it'll be out of bounds on Washburn Rural. .40 seconds in the third quarter. Banks nearly added some more points, but it will be a jump ball. Indians keep it on their side. The shot clock now matches the game clock with 28.9 seconds in the third quarter. This is the first year they've had the shot clock, and it is only really in action a few times a game. As Banks has that pop off the rim, Waru ball. 6 seconds in the third quarter. Looking for some final points of the quarter, and this is cast off the rim. Not a chance for the second attempt. And the Indians go into this final quarter up 51-28 as the MHS seniors really trying to hope to, for the first time in their careers, say they beat Washburn Rural in girls basketball.
What the Indians have really improved in this third quarter is they've played a lot cleaner game. They had 5 fouls in the second quarter, and they didn't foul the Junior Blues a single time, but they still kept the same intensity and aggressiveness on defense.
That's right, the Indians got to be feeling pretty good. Is there anything about how MHS is playing that you think Coach Mull could be critiquing?
I think earlier in the game I would have said fouls, but I think they've addressed that. I think there's been some of these easy lay-in shots that have been slightly off the mark, and when you're in a more competitive game, you got to make those.
And there will be a lot of competitive games to come. This is the first of 6 Centennial League matchups to close out the regular season for the Indians. We're just underway in the fourth quarter of play with MHS up 51-28. And snatched out of the air by Larson with a great defensive play. Banks adds more to her total. So 21 on the day for Banks. And stolen, I'm not sure if Banks or it was Beckett that got her hands in there to steal, but MHS has the rock. Hull able to recover the high pass. Five seconds on the shot clock. Ball will go on a rim run. And kind of got it knocked out before the shot clock went out. I think if Beckett had one more second, that could be a 2 for the Indians. But Washburn Rural doing a good job. And Beckett actually got fouled on that last second shot attempt. Washburn Rural fans not happy that she's now at the line. After connecting on her first free throw, she'll drill the second as well. And the shot is good for Washburn. Washburn Rural is hanging on to a thread right now. They basically are going to have to score on about every possession to catch up. This one rolls off the rim. And there's 6 minutes in this game. 55-31, MHS up. That dish will roll out at the baseline. A misconnection. So Bush gets fouled there. push into Larson. She drives in.
Larson.
She went around the long way, but ends up scoring. And Larson now has a pretty high point total. That shot is a miss. A second chance to make one will not be capitalized on. Indians with the round ball, under 5 minutes in the game. The Indians trying to extend their win streak to 4. And Beckett, who's had a sneaky good day so far, is going to come up big with that basket. So an and one opportunity for Anderson. She will capitalize on that and one opportunity. But still a big cushion for the Indians, who have the lead 59-34, 4:25 in the game. Banks almost wanted to step back and shoot a 3, but instead she'll drive in and get fouled. Banks lays it in. From way downtown, that's off the backboard, and Larson picks it up for MHS. 4 minutes in the game. Yelena Depoussois gets the layup. And the lay-in is good, and that was a pretty good path that Rutherford kind of went around to make that basket. But Washburn Rural's window has pretty much closed here, as some bench players for the Indians are taking their long sleeve shirts off and are ready to enter the game. Tess Henry, Josie Alisana, Stella Salmons, and Joss Hall all enter the game. Henry is a senior. The other 3 I mentioned are sophomores, and Evie Banks, a sophomore as well. So 4 sophomores on the court right now, so a young group out here, plus Tess Henry. Some good footwork to drive in for the basket. But Washburn Rural is kind of in a too little too late situation. Alisana is just off with her close range shot. 2:20 in the game, Indians up 63-38. And the shot will be made by number 10, Hallie Walker. "2 minutes on the clock. This shot Gophers out. Man, it just rattled around and found its way out, unfortunately for the Indians. No good from deep. Tess Henry gets it for the Indians. Over to Banks. She drives in and gets to even more points, and Banks has 25 points on the night. That's gotta be a career high.
Foul number 30. Ball. Team number 2, Rutherford. Number 33, Stevenson. Number 3, Beckett.
So Beckett will come in for Banks, who now takes the bench with her 25 points on the day. So definitely a fulfilling day for her, and just a great promising prospect just as a sophomore here. The Manhattan Indians crowd has really filled out on the student section with under a minute left. And Tess Henry is fouled and goes to the stripe now. After making her first, Henry swooshes through the second as well. Shot is going to be an air ball. All it touched was the net. It'll be an offensive foul, or that's a travel, man. So a travel on Joss Hall sends it to the Washburn end with under 30 seconds. "15 seconds in the game. Washburn from the corner, and that one misses. 10 seconds. The Blues still have it, trailing 67-42. They'll end up making a shot. And the Indians with a win, very much worth celebrating.
Washburn Rural, 45.
What a showcase for the Indians, 67-45. I think you can guess specifically what that excitement from the bench was. But the Indians now have won 4 straight games, and this will be the second straight one that the Washburn Rural Blues have dropped. The Indians are 5-0 in true home games, and also undefeated in their league matchups this season. And speaking of league matchups, MHS has all league matchups to finish this regular season. On Friday, they play Topeka High. Tuesday, a week from today, they play Hayden. And then after that, they'll play Junction City Emporia. And their last game of the regular season is against these Washburn Rural Junior Blues. So quite a bit to be excited for in this game. And the headliner, Jonah, was Evie Banks's 25 points. How did she get to all those points?
She had quite a lot of success from beyond the arc. That's where 9 of those points came from. But the rest of them were just her driving to the basket and making those layups.
We'll leave it at that with Jonah Winklin and Lane Lewison on the MHS Student Media YouTube channel. Stay tuned for this Boys Varsity game. But what a fulfilling one for the Indians. The seniors on MHS can now say they beat Washburn Rural. We'll see you later.
raise it up is a little bit higher so you get a little bit better down. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand in honoring America as Manhattan High School senior cheerleader Jasmine Ramirez sings our national anthem.
Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Principal Mike Doors and Athletic Director Mike Marsh, welcome to the Manhattan High School for tonight's matchup between the visitors, the Washburn Rural Junior Blues, and your Manhattan Indians. Here are the starters for tonight's game in alternating order, starting with the visitors. The 6'1" senior, number 0, Simon Rowley. And from Manhattan, the 6' senior, number 0, Will Carpenter. For Washburn, the 6'2" sophomore, number 2, Brooks Ballard. And for Manhattan, the 6' senior, number 3, Vince Deering. For Washburn, the 6' junior, number 4, Zach Wright. And for your Indians, the 6'2" senior, number 5, Sawyer Newton. For Washburn, the 5' senior, number 22, Kiefer O'Connor. And for Manhattan, the 6'1" junior, number 12, Henry Witt. For Washburn, the 6'10" junior, number 32, Cooper Schmidt. And for Manhattan, a 6'4" senior, number 22, Tim Washington. Head coach for Washburn Rural is Alex Hutchins, and the head coach for your Indians is Benji George. Officials for tonight's game are Justin Griddle, Troy Olson, and Joshua Schmidt.
Welcome back into the North Gym here at Manhattan High School. I'm Lane Lewis and here with Ayavan Natarajan as we're about to tip off this game here today. So the Indians come into this one with an 11-5 record, while Washburn Rural sits at 9-7 so far in their season.
Yeah, Washburn has came off of some very close losses recently. And Manhattan, meanwhile, they've dropped 3 of their last 4 losses, which both of these teams need a statement win here.
And the tip-off will go in favor of the Indians. Sawyer Newton passes over to Carpenter. Deering now to Washington. Carpenter from deep. Oh, and it swooshes through. Carpenter leads the Indians in points and is averaging just over 15 points a game.
Yeah, Carpenter is the heartbeat of this Manhattan squad. When the offense gets stagnant, he's the one that can create his own shot and settle the team down. He's played in a lot of big games, and they'll need his senior leadership tonight.
And the shot's good for the Indians there, who are already at a 5-0 lead right now. This will go the Indians' way, who have possession. Witt can't quite lay it in. Washburn takes it to their side. Foul, sorry, that'll be a travel on the play. So Indians get possession, and MHS already with a good start here.
Yeah, Manhattan facing some adversity in the past few games. Their morale has not dropped a bit. They're still at practice every day working as hard as they can. In the games, the score has not affected their mentality. They still have a killer mentality, push the ball down the court.
And that shot from Washington, it sails over the head of whoever he was trying to pass it to. .6:25 left in the first quarter.
Yeah, Cooper Schmidt at 6'10". He's just not a tall body. He's also a very good defensive player.
Washburn drives in and scores their first points of the night. Six minutes remaining in the first quarter. That Deering shot pops off the rim. And O'Connor gets fouled by Washington. Boos from the crowd. And the Manhattan Indians student section is all wearing black for blackout night. They kind of look more like they're getting ready for an orchestra concert, in my opinion. The shot from deep is no good from Rowley. Manhattan, who's up by 3, has possession. Newton will send it through the rim and the net to increase the lead to 5.
Sawyer Newton is the primary playmaker on this offense. He will drive to the basket no matter who guards him. He will always have that power inside.
You know, when Sawyer Newton started out, on varsity and Manhattan uniform, Coach George's intentions for him was for him to be the true 1 the point guard for the offense, but he's grown in size and, leadership, and they've really seen the emergence of his 2-point game as Waru misses the free throw there. They will say that it is out on the Indians. And with boos from the crowd, Washburn will get set up here to inbound it. And that is a reach-in foul. Or is it? What happened there, Ivan?
Yeah, just too excited to drive the ball. Simon Rowley, their leading scorer so far this season. He's going to need to get going for Washburn to have a chance, but you can't make those critical errors, those simple fundamental issues, because that will lose you a game.
Carpenter shoots off top rim. Couldn't connect there. And this one will be Indians' possession once again. Asher Newton subs in as Witt comes out of the game. Now, Witt's been really solid. He's the best free throw shooter on this team, and he's just very offensively efficient. But this team has really developed a strong rotation, and that includes sophomore Asher Newton, who's in the game, as well as sophomore Tyson Hatrup, as Carpenter's shot is off the mark. Waru ball.
Yeah, Carpenter has been really hot lately, as we know. He made 8 threes, which is the record for Manhattan High School. And I realized lately when he takes his time and gets his feet set, he will not miss the shot. But when he rushes
the shot from downtown goes leather through lace for Simon Rowley of the Blues.
Yeah.
Under 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Sawyer Newton spins in pursuit of the basket, and that is a miss and a rebound by Washburn Rural. Off the hands of Deering, remains Blues ball. Graham Braxmeyer subs in for Will Carpenter.
And for Washburn, number 4, Zach Wright. Number 24, Miles Bradley. And number 22, Keith Wilcox.
The Indians lost 2 consecutive games on Friday and Saturday. The first and only time so far this season they've lost 2 consecutive. Stout defense by Asher Newton, who takes it to the other end. Nearly goes through. Washburn Rural, fast break to their other end. And now a shot from 3. Off top rim, Indians rebound. Braxmeyer.
Yeah, one of the big evolutions this varsity squad has. Graham Braxmeyer has been playing some very good basketball in the past few games. He had those 3 threes against Great Bend. That really gave them a lot of momentum on the offensive side.
Off the rim and out on Washburn Rural. Did you see that shot from Deering on the other end, the air ball?
Yeah, just not getting your feet set. That's the main reason why you'll miss your shot. But this Manhattan team needs to relax on their shots, not get sped up. It feels like they're a little sped up now. So they just need to relax, take a deep breath, and just play basketball.
So Henry Witt comes back in the game. And Deering will take to the bench now. Witt into Braxmeyer. 2:25 left in the first quarter of play. Witt from downtown, no good. It'll be out of bounds, and that is last touch by the Indians.
Yeah, another player that's really been hot in the past few games is Henry Witt. We saw him knock down a few shots on last week, and he's really just been the energy of this team. If they need a spark, he's there, and he's really been providing it in the past few games. And I really think that's going to be a help if they want to break this scoring slump right now.
And you see with some tight defense there from Witt. Shot no good. Braxmeyer rebound for the Indians. It is out. Last touch by the Junior Blues, who will get to inbound it here with 1:42 left in the first quarter.
Yeah, a little fortunate Washburn. They might have gotten away with the travel on that last possession, but it didn't really lead to anything.
Carpenter drives and lays it in. MHS with a 9-7 lead, 1:30 in the first quarter. Henry Witt cannot believe it. How would you evaluate that?
Yeah, he just slipped. That's the travel, but the ref may have saw it. His arm was extended, which is an easy call for the refs. But even if you don't push and your arm is extended, you're most likely going to get called for a foul.
Whether Manhattan likes it or not, it's Washburn ball. And that, man, good way to get it out there for Washburn, trying to keep this offensive play alive. Man, Manhattan can't quite get possession in these loose ball situations. And that right there is a travel, ending a long possession for Washburn Rural.
Yeah, I think overall, both teams need to just settle down in this low-scoring first quarter. It's been a lot of up and down, and turnover after turnover. So I think they just need to settle down with some sort of half-court offense and just get a quick bucket to slow down and relax this team.
Less than a minute left to go in this first quarter. And a travel on the other end now. That was Easton Duff, who took one too many steps. And now it'll be the Blues who can take the lead with a three-pointer, tie it with a two, all before this first quarter ends. With the windows closing in the first quarter. Indians ball. It almost looks like Washburn isn't quite confident from their long range.
Yeah, going to Cooper Schmidt, the 6'10", number 32 in blue. His presence on defense is going to be a problem for Manhattan in the paint. And you may see some Manhattan guards start to hesitate a little bit when they get in that paint, when they see that big body. So they're going to really have to shoot it today from the free throw line as well as beyond the arc.
Sawyer Newton makes it go through. The shot clock matches the game clock here with 7 seconds. It'll be a block by Deering as the clock stops at 4.8, but it'll be a foul on the Indians. The Indians crowd here tried to throw Washburn off, trying to make them rush shooting that by counting down at least 3 seconds, shorter than it actually was, and it appeared to me like he had a little more urgency because of it. Indians with 2 seconds remaining in the quarter. Last second layup is good for Easton Duff. So we go to the end of the first quarter with the score being 13-9 in favor of the Indians. And the second quarter is just underway here from the North Gym. The big man gets in there for 2.
And Manhattan is not new to facing this height. Against Blue Valley Stillwell away, they have faced another body at 6'10", which did give them a lot of problems. But so far today, at least on the offensive side, it's not been much of an issue.
And it'll be a foul, and Witt cannot believe it. Blues sending it in. That was a big-time skip pass to the other end there. Simon Rowley in pursuit, misses the close range lay-in, and now Deering with a good pass to Witt. Over to Sawyer Newton inside, and he's fouled. Sawyer Newton drains his first.
Yeah, in the first quarter, Manhattan only had 2 turnovers, which hasn't really been much of a problem in this game. It's more been a shot selection problem, which is the reason why they haven't been able to put as much points as they have before in quarters.
And he makes the second as well. And the shot's blocked by Sawyer Newton. Wow. .6:43 left in the second quarter. This one is blocked. It's really just stripped out. And Deering scores on the other end. 6:30 left to go in the half. 17-11 is the lead as the nearly 7-footer kicks it out to a man who misses from the wing. And my goodness, Deering with some firepower on the other end and an and-one opportunity.
Yeah, Deering, 4 quick points on the last 2 possessions for them, giving them another spark of energy. He gives that spark from the offensive side and the defensive side, which is one of the huge reasons why he's been able to make a huge impact on this team this season.
And one opportunity loading for Deering to give them a 9-point lead. And that's exactly what Deering does. Asher Newton with some aggressive coverage. Man coverage from the Indians. From the corners, no good. Asher Newton up to the big man Washington. Now from the wing, Carpenter misses. And it will be Washburn Rural ball. 5:40 left in the half. Indians ball as Asher Newton comes away with it. Was that a late foul?
They called a technical on Asher Newton for, I guess, complaining for the no call. Which the Manhattan bench and fans wanted a blocking foul.
Yeah, the referee's already getting some heat in this one, Ivanth. So he's able to Brooks Ballard made his first. He makes the second as well. 5:28 left in this first half. It's a 7-point lead for the Indians, 20-13. But it feels like less than a 7-point lead as Washburn has hung in there this whole game so far. It was 13-9 at the end of the first quarter. So a little more of a lead at this point for the Indians. Sawyer Newton swatted that one. I don't know if that impacted the ball too much. But that one rolls around the rim, but just doesn't go in.
Now the Washburn fans are wanting a no call because of the late foul and another technical. Did you see who they called it on? But they called a tech on somebody.
.502 left in the half. Indians with a 7-point lead, 20-13. And here's Washington from the line. Drains the first. Washington, solid shooter for a big man. And the ball now goes to the other end. Apparently a double technical, transpired.
Well, in that situation, it's not a double technical since Tim Washington was already shooting free throws when he got fouled. So this is just the technical free throws for Washburn.
And quite a bit of applause as Brooks Ballard just missed both of his free throw opportunities. MHS holds a 9-point lead here. Less than 5 to go in the first half.
I do not agree with that call completely. I can see why they would call a foul, but for my liking, that's just a little too soft. Doesn't have the size advantage, so if he's trying to get around a player, that's just too soft for the high school varsity level.
What a great defense there from Hatchup and Washington. But in the end, the Blues come away with points on the possession. $4:20 left. Washburn ball. Washburn's hung in there with the Indians. And now with 4 minutes left in the half, they'll be driving in. The shot's no good. Hatchup in the rebound. And the ball goes to Hatchup in the paint. It was a good look, but no good. Braxmeyer gets it back, nearly loses it on the sideline, and over the head of Hatchup. Sloppy play from the Indians.
Yeah, back-to-back turnovers. They only had 2 in the first quarter, none since then, and then 3 just like that. Momentum gained by the other team when you turn over the ball that much. It's just mistakes you cannot make. And it's now just a 6-point game.
.330 in the half, 22-16 is the Indians' lead. And it's off the hands of Carpenter, out of bounds, and more outrage from the Manhattan's fan section.
Yeah, I think number 1 kind of squared up like a defensive back and took a hit to Will Carpenter unintentionally, but the refs didn't see it, so play continues.
And at the buzzer, it'll be a missed shot. And an air ball there for Simon Rowley, who was the last to touch the ball as it went out of bounds by the scores table. Tim Washington exits the game. Under 3 minutes in the half, Indians up 22-16. Easton Duff pass to Deering. Deering gets it in over to Sawyer Newton, and it'll be a foul as Newton walks up to the line.
Yeah, I think in that situation, Vince Deering could have just shot that 3. He had so much space. He was given so much space. And shoot, so he just has to let it rip in. Manhattan's going to need that. This game and throughout the rest of the season, they're going to need him to shoot well. They're going to need Will to shoot well. So that's just going to be a key to look at moving forward.
Sawyer misses that one. 2:40 left in the half. 22-16, Indians up. Washburn, high arcing shot. And Cooper Schmidt has made kind of a lack of plays for his 6'10" frame so far. He had an opportunity with the ball hitting his hands there, but couldn't come down with it.
Yeah, at his 6'10" presence, you'd think he would have a bigger impact on the defensive side of the floor. I really think he's only made one play on the defensive side. They're going to need him to step up if they're going to want to stay in this game.
5 on the shot clock. And that's a lay-in by Will Carpenter. Snakes in, and it'll go the Indians' way, out of bounds on Washburn Rural as the clock stops at 1:32, awaiting Sawyer Newton to inbound it over to Deering. .120 in the half. Off the foot of a Washburn Rural player. Indians recover well, though. Washburn paint protecting very well. Braxmeyer, the little guy, will be the one to get the strike in the paint. Under a minute.
Another player that's been very hot recently, and that sparks the crowd into it.
It'll be a high jumping steal for the Steel King, Deering. Carpenter misses on the other end. Washburn ball, under 30 seconds. Shot clock and game clock match. And it'll be a backcourt violation for Washburn.
Yeah, Simon Rowley, their leading scorer, has just not been on point today. That's the second mid-range air ball, which is part of his game. So another key that hasn't really been hot today for Washburn, which is another reason why they've dug themselves in this 10-point.
The Indians' full A team's back on the court here with 10 seconds in the first half. 5 seconds. And Henry Witt, who we said provides a spark, gets that shot in with 4 or 5 seconds left in the half as the Indians lead 28-16, Ivan.
Yeah, the athleticism of Henry Witt has really helped him. Him and Sawyer Newton have really been the two offensive sparks, as well as creating defense into offense. So in the second half, the keys for Manhattan will definitely stay composed on the offensive side, continue to turn defense into offense. For Washburn, I think they're going to need to get their big guy more touches. They have a huge size advantage on the offensive and defensive side of the court. So I don't see why they can just keep feeding the big. And if they double him, there'll be a shooter open on the perimeter. So Washburn is going to need to look for that advantage.
A good ball game all around, 28-16, Indians lead here at half. And man, oh man, if the second half's like that, I think we'll be in for a good one, as the Indians, who got swept by Washburn the past 2 years, really trying to come away with a win, as both teams are on a 2-game losing skid at the moment. We'll be back for the second half here on the MHS Student Media YouTube channel. Lane Lewison.
Ivan Lesterajan.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would your attention to the floor, since 1974, the Kansas Shrine Bowl has showcased the top high school senior football players from across the state in an all-star game. This select fraternity of all-stars has raised nearly $4 million for the Shriners Children's Hospital. The first players from Manhattan High School invited to play in 1974 were Monty Montgomery and Gary Spaney, and later included your athletic director Mike Marsh and head coach Joe Schartz. There have been a total of 66 past Manhattan High players, so this will be the 67th player invited. Tonight we have Shriners from the Manhattan Shrine Club, Rock Calavoda, here to extend an official invitation to Garrison Vikander to participate in the 53rd Annual Kansas Shrine Bowl. The 2026 Kansas Shrine Bowl will take place on Saturday, June 27th at 7 p.m. in Emporia. All net proceeds from the Kansas Shrine Bowl benefits Shriners Children's Hospital, a world-renowned healthcare system dedicated to improving the lives of children every day by providing compassionate, specialized pediatric care for children, regardless of the family's ability to pay or insurance status. To learn more about the great cause behind the Kansas Shrine Bowl, for additional band camp, cheer camp, and event information, visit kansasshrinebowl.com. Congratulations to Garrison Vikander, the 2026 Kansas Shrine Bowl West All-Star. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please turn your attention to midcourt as head coach Joe Schartz, his coaching staff, and the Manhattan High football team are recognized tonight as the 6A football state champions. This is the 5th state title for Manhattan High. MHS won in 1961, 1974, 1988, 2022, and 2025. The Indians have played in 3 of the last 4 state championships, winning twice. The last 4 years, the team's overall record is 45-5. This season, the team battled injuries and lost 2 games mid-season, starting out 4-2. During that span, the team had 13 starters miss playing time. Once the team got healthy, they finished on a 7-game winning streak, finishing the year with a 27-0 victory over Olathe Northwest in the 6A championship game. It was the first shutout in the 6A championship game in 30 years. During the 7-game win streak, the team outscored their opponents 305-59 and averaged 43.5 points per game, allowing only 8.4 points per game. The team ended the season as a very dominant team, living up to their season's motto of deeds, not words. Manhattan High, the community, parents, and fans are so proud of your accomplishments this year. Let's have a round of applause for head coach Joe Schartz, his staff, and the Manhattan High Indians football team as they are the 6A state champions of 2025.
and for Manhattan, Carpenter, Deere, Newton, Witt, and Washington. Jerry with the 3. Foul number 22, Washington. Foul, shoot. Foul number 4, what?
Because I'll call time.
Here.
Because they cannot afford more than a 6-0 run.
These 5 guys have made up most of the starting lineups for the Indians, if not all. What makes their chemistry just work so well?
They're full of veterans. The more seniors they have, the more experience you have, and the longer you stay together, as you said, the more chemistry you have. But if you have experience in those late games, a team of seniors against a team of freshmen and sophomores, the team of seniors will have more experience, more knowledge in what to do in those type of situations, which has been huge for Manhattan in almost every game this year.
Shot from the corner, swooshes through. Washburn Rural cuts the deficit. It's a 36-21 lead. Huh? No. And a corner attempt from Carpenter's no good. Out of bounds.
It looks like it was tipped by Henry Witt, so we'll stay with Washburn.
Zach Wright inbounds it over to Brooks Ballard. And that's Simon Rowley for the drive-in points.
Yeah, Simon Rowley, he's been a lot more aggressive in these first 3 minutes of the second half. And if he gets going, that's going to be another problem for Manhattan to deal with.
Witt, corner, bucket. Bucket for Witt.
That is 12 for Witt. He leads all scorers with 2 threes to go with those 12 points.
Dynamite from distance. Brooks Ballard shot that one from far out and makes it a 13-point deficit for Washburn Rural. 39-36 is the Indians' lead. Washington in the low post. Out of bounds on Washburn Rural.
Yeah, they don't need that. They still had 11 seconds on the shot clock. Kick it back out, move the ball a little more, try to get a better shot. Shot selection is going to be huge as well for Manhattan, which they did struggle with a little bit in the first half.
Karp into Sawyer. Sawyer with a gimme of a bucket there. Benji George going to talk things over with the team. Seems like the energy is on the Manhattan side. And the score is certainly the Indians' way, 41-26 in favor of MHS. 4:17 left in the third quarter. Washburn Rural is 9-7 this year. That's not as good a record as the Indians have, but certainly not a bad team at all. How can they better use their size to help them win this game?
Yeah, they're going to have to set a lot of off-ball screens, create confusion for Manhattan on the defensive side. If they use Cooper Schmidt's size, set an off-ball screen, cause them to switch onto size that maybe cannot defend Schmidt. Just need a lot more off-ball movement from the bigs, a lot of off-ball screens, and that should simply just get them open for better looks, or at least getting them to work in the paint.
Knocked out by Deering and stolen on the other end by Washburn Rural. So some quick defensive plays happening. The big man, all 6'10" of Cooper Schmidt, scores that one.
Yeah, Cooper Schmidt had position there. He's also going to need to work a lot harder to get position because he has the size advantage over everybody on the court. So he's really going to have to fight to get position.
Carpenter puts it up, but it doesn't go down. Whistles blow, and it is a jump ball. Indians are happy about the aggressiveness on their side, but Washburn will have it here.
Yeah, Washburn. If I was Washburn, I would lob it to Smith right now. He had Asher Newland on him, almost more than a foot difference.
And what seems to be the millionth shot from the corner will go in for Nimtz.
Yeah, that's the second one he's had today. He's one of their shooters, so they're going to really have to close out on him.
Deering off the mark. Rebound by the sophomore Tyson Hatrup. So he uses his height to pluck that one out of the air and have the Indians come away with two. Manhattan up 43-31, 2:22 in the third quarter. And with that, a timeout by the Indians will occur after the Cooper Schmidt lay-in, and he's come along.
Yeah, what opened it for Schmidt to get that wide open? Brooks Ballard is one of the most confident sophomore shooters on the Washburn roster, and you can't give him an inch of daylight. As I said, he's a sophomore, but he has the confidence of a four-year vet. If he gets his feet set, if you give him an inch of daylight, he's going to shoot the ball. And that's what he made it in the defensive thing. They bit on him because they thought he was going to shoot it, so that opened up Schmidt for a wide-open layup. The pick and roll game is exactly what Washburn needs to continue to do if they want to fight back in this game.
And I have 2:19 left in the third quarter here. The Indians up by 10, but 10 can drain away in 5 minutes. It can drain away in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
in this new era of basketball, three-point shooting is always there for every single team. 20-point game, 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. It doesn't matter. Three-point shooting can get you back in the game. So never count Washburn out too early.
and that pass from Carpenter way off the mark, and Easton Duff couldn't even catch that if his arms were a little bit longer, probably. 2 minutes left in the third quarter as the Indians defending their back court here. From the slot, rattles in and out, rebound, Washburn. This one is a miss as well, and a foul on the Indians, one that Will Carpenter is not happy to see.
Yeah, the Manhattan coaching staff was all on their feet. One thing they do not like is lack of effort, and you saw there nobody went for the rebound. Everybody thought someone else was going to get it. Just lack of communication, giving 2 opportunities to cut it down to 8.
So that one was too shy, and missing any more free throws than they already have can be really costly for Washburn.
Yeah, especially when it's your leading scorer. If your leading scorer is not making all those free throws, that's really showing that you're not playing the way you really want to.
Asher Newton pass to Deering. Asher Newton over to Washington. And into Tyson Hattrub. What did you see from the communication?
Yeah, they moved the ball. They're moving off the ball greatly. You saw Hattrub got in the high post, flipped it up to Asher Newton, who then sprayed it out to the wing, which opened up a lane for Hattrub to cut, which Tim Washington then saw and fed a beautiful ball to then get 2 points on the board.
45 seconds in quarter 3. .42 seconds on the clock in the third quarter. Washington, Deering, Witt, Asher Newton, and Tyson Hattrub on the floor for the Indians. .30 seconds in quarter 3. Asher can't find the lane.
Yeah, Washburn showing some 2-3, trying to throw off their rhythm.
Washington fumbles it around, and it's last touch by Asher Newton out of bounds. So it'll be Washburn Rural ball. And 17 seconds stick on the clock in the remainder of this third quarter. Deering comes out, Braxmeyer comes in, and the Indians have a 12-point lead in this remaining 10 seconds of the third quarter. It'll be a jump ball, which will go the Indians' way.
Yeah, Henry Witt has been playing fearless on the defensive side of the court. He is really scoring up against 6'10" size, and then it's just all effort from there. He can defend almost anybody on this Washburn team, which is why he gives such a big spark on the defensive side of the court.
Braxmeyer, Washington, Sawyer, Newton, Witt, and Carpenter are on the floor. And from the corner, it's a drain for Witt. I feel like Henry Witt three-pointers add more energy than anybody else's three-pointers. I just can't explain it. Maybe it's about the timeliness in which he makes those.
Yeah, you saw on the defensive side, he just got the jump ball, and then it was Manhattan ball. He's been turning defense into offense, and those timely possessions on offense when he makes those threes is right after a great defensive team possession. And when the crowd gets into it with the momentum, that's the timeliness of which threes that have just made them feel bigger. And 15 from him has really boosted this Manhattan squad.
8 minutes left in the game. That's one full quarter of play remaining. So, Washburn here has 15 points to overcome just to tie it. And it's not out of reach in this fourth quarter, but they must hit on all cylinders to make this happen.
Yeah, I think Washburn's going to have to throw a lot more defensive looks, switching to a 2-3, maybe a 3-2 zone every other possession to try to throw off the rhythm of Manhattan's offense. Maybe press every now and then. 1-through-1. Try to show different looks to throw off this offense. That's what they're going to have to do if they want to slow down this offense, as well as slowing down Henry Witt.
Around the horn and out on, it looks like the Indians. Yes, it'll be out on the Indians, but a good defense there as they prevented Cooper Schmidt from being able to attack the rim. Rim run, and Cooper Schmidt cleaned it up there.
Yeah, I also think on inbounds plays, they can simply just lob it up to Schmidt. He's open almost every time on a lob.
Carpenter makes it.
Carpenter for Trey.
And if I'm also Manhattan, I would be playing some timeless basketball. Slow down, get some long 30-second possessions on the offensive side.
And on the other end, missed shot. Indians pick it up on defense, but now Rural gets it back. And a layup with an and one opportunity by Schmidt. So he does not come away with that last point.
Yeah, if I'm Manhattan, move the ball around, try to burn a lot of clock on all their possessions.
So the Indians lost on Saturday to Mays. And the one big reason that Benji George shared to us was the Indians not being able to handle the size of their opponent very well. And it's kind of a similar thing here, except the Indians have been so good with their defense, especially around the perimeter. It hasn't been a huge problem. Sawyer Newton way out to Deering. Air ball. And on the other end, Deering makes it up with a steal. Sawyer misses. The ball will stay with the Indians.
That was another great energy play by Henry Witt. A huge hustle play. He got the rebound and then threw it behind his back off one of the Washburn players' legs, which gives them more time to burn off the clock.
Deering into Sawyer, and it'll be a travel on Sawyer Newton. He got one too many step in on his way to the basket, and that ends up being the Blues who are entering what kind of is desperation mode. So this one is out of bounds on Waru. Crowd gets quiet as the Indians are on offense, trying to allow them to keep their concentration. And Carpenter, hoopla!
And if I haven't said it enough, Carpenter's the heartbeat of the Manhattan squad. When the offense has gotten a little bit stagnant there, he can create his own shot, moved off the ball, got an open look, and knocked it down.
.541 in the game, and 54-37 is the Indians' lead. Washburn with it now. And that paint was covered so well. Now Deering on the other end scores.
I mean, that situation really don't need a foul. You can play off a little bit, force them to burn more clock, because fouling just stops the clock. And with a 20-point lead, it's unlikely, but with three-point shooting, anything's possible. So you want to burn as much time as possible to ensure that you keep this cushion on your lead.
So this one goes to the other end. Manhattan holding on to a solid 19-point lead here, 56-37. Under 5 to go in the game. So Sawyer Newton gets fouled, and he paces. So there will be a timeout on the floor. So Washburn Rural's living on a prayer here. I wish the band would play that song, but they really have very little chance in pulling this out if they don't make some quick buckets, get some quick steals.
Yeah, the only way I see Washburn pulling it off is if Brooks Ballard and Simon Rowley start to get going from deep. Rowley he's been very cold from deep as well as the mid-range game, which is a huge reason why Manhattan has this big of a cushion on their lead. And with time running out, they're just going to have to get going.
Deering into Washington. Washington over his head to Sawyer. Sawyer gets stolen. And Carpenter with a gimme.
That was 13
Indians
for Carpenter.
Up by 21.
Second leading scorer in this game, just behind Henry Witt.
There's a bucket. 19-point deficit for Washburn, but the Indians with some bad passes.
Yeah, and if you're Washburn, you have to take that shot. You have a glimpse of daylight, you take the shot. Just like that.
Washburn showing some true urgency, likely drilled into them by their coach during that timeout. But they've been a different team since that timeout. And off the hands of Newton, but luckily a foul for the Indians.
Yeah, and if I'm Manhattan, aside from any fouls, you should have just around 6 or 7 possessions in the rest of the game if you can hold the ball for about 30 seconds on each possession, which realistically is what Manhattan will want to do if they want to just keep this big cushion on the lead.
Brooks Ballard just had his 3rd foul, so he comes out of the game. 3:30 in the game. 58-42, Indians lead. Lots of options to pass to there. Washington holds on to it, tries to shoot it from on the ground, and somehow knocked out of bounds by Washburn Rural. I mean, what a turn of events. Tim Washington, well, first of all, both teams think that Washburn has it and start running the other end, but Washington comes away with it and takes a shot from on the ground. That shot misses barely and then ends up being a rebound for the Indians, who then get fouled, and now we're at the line for Sawyer Newton's 2nd shot.
Yeah, that might be very detrimental for this Washburn fan base, because that foul was all ball. That was complete ball. I didn't see anybody at all. That was a little bit of a makeup call by the refs, which makes these Washburn fans very angry. But with
the Indians, 3 minutes and 7 seconds away from a win against Washburn Rural, that would end the 4-game drought for the Indians playing Washburn Rural. Both teams set up for a Washburn Rural inbounds as Miles Bradley sent the play into motion. Nims passes over to number 22, Bradley. So it's Asher Newton who passes over to, big steal. And Bradley nearly got that one in, fouled in the process. He's gonna step up to the line.
Yeah, you don't need that if you're Manhattan. There's no need to push the ball down the court. Just get into a half-court offense, burn clock, and then you pretty much won the game there. There's no need to push the ball and give Washburn extra chances.
So he sends that through as Easton Duff subs in for Tim Washington. Bradley makes the shot, makes it 59-44, Indians lead with 2:35 in the game. Sawyer Newton slips around, misses the shot. Waru ball. And the big man, Schmidt, is going to get one from the center of the lane. But at this point, Washburn kind of scoring their best points here in garbage time. Witt off the rim, bounces around.
I mean, you don't really need that. You still had 12 seconds left on the 14 seconds left on the shot clock.
Sawyer Newton glides to the other end. Witt so wide open. How can you leave him that wide open? Waru ball. So Vince Deering now called for a foul. Did you see one there? Is it valid?
Yeah, I mean, you can't go down with your hands. Just go straight up. Playing straight up, basic defensive principles. Just got a little too excited there. But with a minute and 13 seconds left, with a 13-point lead, I think Manhattan might have it in the bag now.
So a shot made by Bradley. He'll get one more free throw. Braxmeyer, Hatchup enter the game. Bradley made the first. And he'll make the second as well. But MHS still has an 11-point lead, 113 in the game. They can't let their foot off the gas, though.
Yeah, that was Washburn's last foul to give. The next one, they'll be shooting free throws. So if I'm just Manhattan, just hold the ball, bring it down the middle of the court, don't get trapped, don't get sped up, and just stay calm and win the game.
What about Coach Benji George coaching style do you think has kind of led to this successful season thus far?
I think it's really hard. He's overall a great coach, as we know, 150 plus wins all time. But the preparation and the adjustments that are made in game were probably the two biggest strengths, as they had a great game plan coming into this game to guard a 6'10" post, which they have done pretty well, at least from my view, which is also another reason why they have this lead.
So Washburn calls a timeout. The game is a 10-point difference. Indians have 60. Washburn, they have 50. And it's just about closing this out in a comfortable way. There might be some fouling here. What does it look like from a Manhattan perspective to just drain things out as fast as they can?
And keep the ball in the middle of the floor. They're most likely going to press. Don't get trapped in a corner. Just stay central overall and just keep your fundamentals. Don't travel. Just stay calm. Don't get sped up. That's all they need to do. And if they just don't get sped up, that's going to most likely be the ball game.
With 45 seconds in the ball game. Full court press here from Washburn, and now a foul. That is Zach Wright who will foul Tyson Hatchup. So now the 6'3" sophomore will be behind the line. In and out. 39 seconds on the clock. Hatchup makes the second. Shot is made, and a timeout. So with that, it's an 8-point game. Manhattan's up 61-53, 29 seconds on the clock. So still would be a heck of a miracle for Washburn to see if they can pull this out. But that shot right there maybe gave them a sliver of hope, I don't know, maybe in their heads.
Yeah, if I'm Manhattan, sub in all your free throw shooters. Send in all of your reliable free throw shooters that you know can knock down 2 free throws. And that they've just knocked down free throws. Stay calm, stay relaxed, and they should be able to close this out.
So Hattrup's going to inbound it here. And he gets over, well, very contested, but Graham Braxmeyer able to come away with the assist there. And he gets fouled. Obviously, would have liked to drain more time off the clock before that.
But with Washburn trying to foul, 5 seconds is still pretty good. He got to half court with his lightning speed, which helps him get to the line.
You know, I can definitely see Braxmeyer next year as a starter, at least the 6th man on this team. He missed the first shot there, but, you know, Carpenter, Sawyer Newton, and Deering, all guards that will not be with the team as they're graduating for next year. So guys like Graham that, not right now, but in the past have shown some shooting ability, will have to kind of step up. So there's 21 seconds, still an 8-point lead for the Indians. Dominic Nims misses that first one, as Carpenter, Washington, Sawyer Newton, and Vince Deering all come back in the game. So kind of the best crew is out there for the Indians. Nims missed the first, but he makes the second. Miles Bradley comes in the game for Waru. And with 21.4 seconds, Deering will be fouled after shaving off a little less than a second there. So 20.8 seconds remain on the clock. And that's all the game is, with the Indians up 7. And Vince Deering lands it. Deering streams it through. 9-point lead for the Indians, who just have 20 seconds between them and another win. Corner shot, in and out, Indians ball. Less than 10 seconds. 5 seconds now. And the last second of the game winds off the clock, and the Indians break a little losing streak, but certainly happy to beat Washburn Rural after falling to them several times in a row over the past few seasons. And Ivan, what stuck out to you from the Indians?
Yeah, Henry Witt, for me, was the player of the game with his energy, turning defense into offense and shooting lights out in the past few games, as well as this game with 3 threes and 3 buckets inside the paint. 15 points for him. And the usual scores for Manhattan, Will Carpenter and Vince Deering also had great games. Facing some adversity in the past, Manhattan is back to being strong. And they're going to look to continue this momentum in the next stretch.
Yeah. So Washburn Rural is going to go on to play Junction City on Friday, as the Indians are going to face off against Topeka High on Friday. But these teams will meet once again in the last regular season game of the year, and it'll be in Washburn Rural's place that time. And with that, we'll say so long from the Little Apple here in the North Gym at Manhattan High School with Lane Lewison.
Ivan Natarajan.
We'll see you for the live stream on Friday. See ya.